Journal entry number 73, 15th of October, 1895. As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting its warm, dancing shadows across these worn pages, find myself drawn to record a memory that has lingered in my mind these past 4 years with peculiar persistence. It concerns an autumn afternoon in 1891, seemingly unremarkable in its quietude, yet one which revealed to me truths about friendship, brotherhood, and the subtle mathematics of human relationships that I had never before fully appreciated. The case itself, if one can even call it such, was perhaps the smallest mystery Holmes and I ever encountered. A walking stick that went missing in the one place in all of London where such a thing should have been utterly impossible, where every member's belonging was as sacred and inviolable as the silence that governed the very air they breathed. Yet, this trivial disappearance would become the stage upon which I witnessed something far more remarkable. Sherlock Holmes being bested at deduction by the one person he secretly hoped would prove his equal, the one mind he acknowledged, albeit reluctantly, as superior to his own. But I am getting ahead of myself, a habit Holmes often chided me for in my narratives. Let me begin as I should at the beginning. It was a crisp October morning when the invitation arrived at our lodgings in Baker Street. I remember the date precisely, the 23rd of October, 1891, for I had just returned from attending to old Colonel Havisham's gout, a condition that gentleman bore with considerably less fortitude than he had once endured the siege of Kandahar. The Morning Post had already been delivered, and I found Holmes in his usual position by the window, surrounded by that comfortable mess of newspapers, chemical apparatus, and tobacco ash that Mrs. Hudson tolerated with the patience of a saint. "Ah, Watson," he said, without turning from the window, where he had been observing the street below with that peculiar intensity he brought to even the most mundane activities. "Your medical bag is lighter by approximately 3 ounces, suggesting you've depleted your morphine supply attending to the Colonel's evening complaints. He's been particularly troublesome of late, hasn't he?" I had long since ceased to be amazed by such observations, though I confess they still brought a smile to my lips. "Indeed," I replied, setting down my bag and moving toward the breakfast table, where a piece of toast remained from my earlier interrupted meal. "The gentleman insists that his suffering is beyond mortal endurance, though I suspect the true source of his discomfort is Mrs. Havisham's insistence that he reduce his port consumption." Holmes chuckled, a warm sound that always seemed slightly incongruous coming from a man of such austere intellect. The prescribed suffering is invariably more painful than the physical ailment. You have my sympathies, my dear fellow. It was then that I noticed the cream-coloured envelope propped against the toast rack, my name inscribed upon it in handwriting that was familiar, yet not immediately placeable. The paper was of exceptional quality, heavy and slightly textured, with a subtle watermark visible when held to the light. It arrived in the second post, Holmes offered, finally turning from the window. There was something in his expression I couldn't quite read, a mixture of anticipation and what might have been nervousness, though I had rarely seen Holmes nervous about anything. From my brother, Mycroft. Of course, I should have recognized the precise, economical script, each letter formed with the minimum movement necessary to convey its meaning. In all our years of acquaintance, I had met Mycroft Holmes perhaps 3 times, each encounter leaving me with the impression of a formidable intellect housed in an increasingly sedentary frame, a man who had chosen comfort and routine over the restless energy that so characterized his younger brother. I opened the envelope carefully, extracting a single sheet of the same fine paper. The message was brief, almost terse. "My dear Dr. Watson, I find myself desirous of your company, along with that of my brother, for tea at the Diogenes Club this Thursday afternoon at 3 o'clock. The matter is one of no particular urgency, merely the whim of a man who sees too few friendly faces and wishes to remedy that deficiency, however briefly. I trust this finds you in good health, and Sherlock in tolerable spirits. Yours, with respect, Mycroft Holmes." I read the note twice, trying to discern what lay beneath its formal surface. "How curious," I murmured. "I'm invited specifically. Usually such invitations are directed to you, and I am merely permitted to accompany you." "Precisely," Holmes said, and now I could identify that expression on his face. It was pleasure, touched with something that might have been pride. "Mycroft has taken note of you, Watson. He rarely extends invitations to anyone, and when he does, it is never casual, despite what his letter might suggest." I felt a small flush of gratification at this, though I attempted to maintain appropriate modesty. "Perhaps he merely wishes for a buffer between the two of you. I've observed that brothers often benefit from a neutral party during their interactions." Holmes laughed outright at this. "A buffer? Oh, Watson, your diplomatic nature does you credit, but I assure you, Mycroft and I have no need of mediation. We are not those sorts of brothers who quarrel over inheritances or nurse childhood grievances. Our relationship is—" He paused, searching for the right word. "Complicated, but not contentious." "Then why does he wish to see us?" I asked, settling into my armchair with the letter still in hand. "Surely there must be some purpose beyond mere sociability. Your brother strikes me as a man who does nothing without purpose." "You are quite right," Holmes agreed, lighting his pipe with that deliberate care he always employed when thinking deeply. "Mycroft is perhaps the most purposeful man in England. Every action, every word, every gesture serves some end, though the chain of causation may be so subtle as to be invisible to ordinary observation. However, I suspect in this case the purpose is exactly what he states. He wishes for company." This surprised me. "Does your brother suffer from loneliness?" I'd rather imagined him content in his solitude. Holmes was silent for a moment, smoke curling around his aquiline features. The morning light from the window cast his face in profile, and I was struck, as I sometimes was, by the essential loneliness of genius, that quality which set men like my friend apart from the comfortable society of their fellows. "Mycroft," he said finally, "has constructed his life with the same precision with which an architect might design a building. Every element serves a function. His rooms in Pall Mall are exactly 23 minutes' walk from Whitehall, where he serves in what he describes as a minor capacity, but which I know to be considerably more significant. The Diogenes Club provides him with the society of men without the burden of conversation. His daily routine varies by no more than 5 minutes from one day to the next. In such a life, loneliness is not suffered, it is engineered." "But surely that cannot be entirely satisfying," I protested. my medical training instinctively recoiling from such deliberate isolation. Man is a social creature by nature. We require connection, companionship, and the warmth of human fellowship. Do we? Holmes asked, and there was genuine curiosity in his voice. Or is that merely what society tells us we should require? Mycroft would argue that he has precisely the amount of social connection he desires. No more, no less. He sees me perhaps 4 times a year, exchanges correspondence with a select few colleagues, and maintains polite but distant relations with the staff who serve him. For him, this is enough. I considered this, watching the fire flicker in the grate. Outside, London carried on with its usual cacophony. The rattle of carriages, the cries of street vendors, the endless pulse of human activity that formed the backdrop of our existence. And yet, I said slowly, he has invited us to tea. Not just you, his brother, but me as well. Surely that suggests a desire for something beyond his usual measured interactions. Holmes smiled, and it was a smile of genuine warmth. Watson, you have hit upon the very heart of the matter. Yes, Mycroft wishes to see us, and more particularly, he wishes to see how you and I interact. He's curious about our partnership, our friendship. You must understand, my brother has never had a friend in the way you and I are friends. He has colleagues, acquaintances, chess partners, but never a friend. This revelation moved me more than I can adequately express. The idea that Mycroft Holmes, that vast intellect, that man who reportedly was the British government in certain respects, had never known the simple comfort of friendship seemed unutterably sad. Then we shall certainly attend, I said firmly. Thursday at 3 o'clock, you said. At the Diogenes Club? Yes, that most peculiar of institutions, Holmes replied, his tone mixing amusement with affection. I should warn you, Watson, the Diogenes Club is unlike any establishment you have ever encountered. It was founded to serve men who, for various reasons, desire the comfort of club membership without the burden of social interaction. Save for the stranger's room, talking is strictly forbidden throughout the building. I must have looked as astonished as I felt, for Holmes continued with evident enjoyment of my reaction. It is quite true. Members may sit in the same room, read the same newspapers, even share a table, but they must do so in complete silence. A spoken word anywhere outside the stranger's room results in immediate expulsion. Mycroft was one of the founding members, and it suits his nature perfectly. Good Lord, I murmured, trying to imagine such a place. And we are to take tea there in silence? In the stranger's room, where conversation is permitted, Holmes assured me. Though I confess, the atmosphere of the place affects even that sanctioned space. One finds oneself speaking more quietly, more carefully, as though the silence of the rest of the building is a living thing that might be disturbed by careless words. The days between that Monday morning and Thursday afternoon passed with surprising slowness. I found my mind returning repeatedly to the coming meeting, wondering what it would reveal about the relationship between the two brothers and what role I was meant to play in their afternoon together. Holmes seemed unusually thoughtful during this period, less inclined to his usual restless activity, more prone to sitting in contemplative silence with his pipe. On Wednesday evening, as we sat after dinner, he spoke suddenly into the quiet. Mycroft is 7 years my senior, he said, as though we had been discussing his brother all along. When I was a boy, He was already a young man, already possessed of that remarkable mind. I learnt deduction by watching him, Watson. Every technique I employ, every method I've developed, they are all refinements of what Mycroft taught me, often without realizing he was teaching at all. I set down my medical journal and gave him my full attention. Holmes so rarely spoke of his childhood, of his family, that such moments were to be treasured. He was kind to me, Holmes continued, gazing into the fire. Not demonstrative, neither of us were raised in a household that valued demonstration of affection, but kind nonetheless. When I struggled with my studies, he would leave books where I might find them, marked at relevant passages. When I showed interest in chemistry, a small laboratory appeared in the old stable building. He never claimed credit for these things, never made me feel obligated or inferior. He simply facilitated. "He sounds like a good brother," I said softly. "The best," Holmes agreed, "and the most frustrating. You see, Watson, no matter how skilled I become, no matter how many cases I solve, or how complex my deductions, I will never be Mycroft's equal. His mind operates on a scale mine cannot match. Where I must move and observe and investigate, he can simply think. Give Mycroft all the facts of a case, and he will solve it without leaving his armchair. It is both humbling and liberating." "Liberating?" I queried, surprised by the choice of word. "Yes," Holmes said, turning to meet my eyes, "because it means I need never be the smartest man in any room. My brother has already claimed that position absolutely. I am free to be merely excellent, rather than perfect. It is, in its way, a gift." I pondered this as I prepared for bed that evening. The relationship between the Holmes brothers was clearly more complex and more affectionate than I had previously understood. And the coming tea at the Diogenes Club promised to reveal layers of that relationship I had never glimpsed. Thursday arrived with that particular quality of autumn light that makes London seem almost beautiful. The sun slanting through the persistent fog, gilding the soot-stained buildings with temporary grace. Holmes was unusually particular about his appearance, changing his collar twice and spending several minutes examining his reflection before declaring himself satisfied. "You mock me with your eyes, Watson," he said, without turning from the mirror. "But one doesn't meet Mycroft Holmes looking anything less than impeccable." He would notice, and worse, he would deduce from it all manner of conclusions about my current state of mind and circumstances. I laughed. I wasn't mocking, merely observing. "I've never seen you quite so concerned with your appearance, except when visiting." I stopped, realizing the comparison might be indelicate. "A lady?" Holmes finished for me, smiling. "Quite right. One's brother deserves at least as much care as a potential romantic interest, don't you think? Particularly when that brother possesses the observational powers Mycroft commands." We departed Baker Street shortly after 2:30, allowing ample time for the journey to Pall Mall. The afternoon was crisp but pleasant, and we elected to walk rather than take a cab. Holmes was animated, more talkative than usual, pointing out small details of the passing scene with the enthusiasm of a man delaying a significant event. "That greengrocer," he noted as we passed a small shop, "has recently taken a new wife. You can tell by the fresh paint on the sign and the rearranged window display. A woman's touch, certainly, and the gold band on his finger catches the light as he handles the produce. And there, that gentleman crossing the street, recently returned from India, I should say, by the cut of his suit and the particular way the sun has weathered his face. I smiled, recognizing this as nervous energy channeled into his customary observations. "Holmes," I said gently, "your brother will be pleased to see you. There's no need for anxiety." He shot me a sharp look, then softened. "Is it so obvious?" "Only to one who knows you well," I assured him. "And I suspect your brother will understand it too, and be touched by it." As we turned in Pall Mall, the character of the street seemed to change. The buildings became more imposing, more deliberately grand, speaking of power and wealth and old English certainty. The Diogenes Club occupied a particularly fine building, its facade austere but elegant, with windows that revealed nothing of the interior beyond dark curtains. Holmes paused at the bottom of the steps leading to the entrance. "Remember, Watson," he said quietly, "once we pass through those doors, silence is absolute until we reach the stranger's room. Even the servants communicate through gestures and written notes. It can be disconcerting. I shall endeavour to restrain my naturally loquacious nature," I replied with gentle irony, earning a quick smile from my friend. We climbed the steps together, and Holmes pushed open the heavy door. I took a deep breath, preparing myself for whatever unusual experience lay ahead, little knowing that the afternoon would teach me lessons about genius, brotherhood, and the peculiar ways in which superior minds express affection that would stay with me for the rest of my days. The door closed behind us with a soft, final sound, and we entered the temple of silence. The first sensation upon entering the Diogenes Club was not visual, but atmospheric. A palpable weight of quietude that seemed to press against the eardrums with almost physical force. I had experienced silence before, certainly. The hush of a sick room where a patient hovered between life and death, the profound quiet of the Afghan desert at midnight, the reverent stillness of a cathedral during prayer. But this was different. This was silence as architecture, as philosophy, as a deliberate construction, as real and substantial as the mahogany panelling that lined the walls. A porter appeared before us, as if materialized from the very shadows, an elderly gentleman whose movements possessed that peculiar fluidity that comes from years of practice in absolute quietude. He did not speak naturally, but inclined his head in greeting, his eyes moving from Holmes to me with courteous inquiry. Holmes responded with a small gesture, a sort of abbreviated sign language that I would later learn was the standard mode of communication within these walls, and the porter nodded his understanding. My medical training has always made me acutely observant of physical spaces, particularly as they relate to human health and comfort, and I found myself cataloguing the details of our surroundings with professional interest. The entrance hall was surprisingly spacious, with a ceiling that soared perhaps 20 feet above us, adorned with elaborate plasterwork that would have been at home in any gentleman's club in London. Yet the usual bustle and murmur that characterize such establishments was entirely absent. 3 gentlemen sat in leather armchairs arranged around a cold fireplace, for the day was mild enough not to require heating, each absorbed in his newspaper, each as motionless and silent as a figure in a painting. The carpet beneath our feet was exceptionally thick, I noticed of a quality that absorbed sound rather than merely muffling it. The walls were hung with heavy curtains at intervals, though there were no windows behind them, purely, I realized, for acoustic dampening. Even the gas lamps that provided illumination were fitted with special globes that eliminated the slight hiss that usually accompanied such fixtures. Every element of the space had been designed with a single purpose: the absolute elimination of sound. The porter led us through this first room with measured steps, and I found myself unconsciously matching his pace, my own footfalls becoming softer, more deliberate. Holmes walked beside me with perfect ease, clearly familiar with the protocols of this strange establishment, though I noticed even he seemed subdued, his usual nervous energy contained within a more rigid posture. We passed through a corridor lined with closed doors, each bearing a small brass plate with a number, but no name. Members' private rooms, I surmised, sanctuaries within a sanctuary. The corridor opened into what appeared to be a reading room of impressive proportions. Here, perhaps a dozen men were distributed throughout the space, some at tables with books or documents spread before them, others in armchairs, positioned to catch the light from tall windows that overlooked what I could glimpse was a surprisingly pleasant garden. What struck me most forcefully was the absolute concentration visible on each face. These were not men merely passing time in comfortable surroundings. They were men engaged in deep thought and work that required complete freedom from distraction. I recognized the type. I had seen similar expressions on the faces of senior surgeons studying a particularly complex case, or military strategists planning a campaign. These were men whose mental labor was as real and as demanding as any physical exertion, and who had found in the Diogenes Club exactly the environment they required. One gentleman, whom I judged to be in his 60s, sat with a chessboard before him, playing both sides of the game with slow, deliberate consideration. Another, younger, had spread before him what appeared to be architectural drawings, his eyes moving between the papers and some calculation he was performing in a leather-bound notebook. A third simply sat with his eyes closed, his hands steepled before him, whether sleeping or thinking I could not determine. The porter gestured toward a door at the far end of the reading room, and we proceeded toward it, weaving carefully between the tables and chairs. As we did so, I became aware of a curious sensation, a growing pressure in my own throat, as though my body was struggling against the prohibition on speech. I am by nature a reasonably social creature, comfortable with conversation and the normal give and take of human discourse, and this enforced silence felt increasingly unnatural with each moment that passed. I glanced at Holmes and found him watching me with barely concealed amusement. He leaned close, not speaking, but his expression clearly conveyed his understanding of my discomfort. I managed a somewhat rueful smile in return, acknowledging that I was perhaps not ideally suited to membership in such an establishment. The door at the end of the reading room bore a brass plate that read simply, "The Stranger's Room." The porter opened it for us with a slight bow, and the relief I felt upon crossing that threshold was immediate and profound. For here, at last, was sound, the gentle crackle of a fire in the grate, the tick of a clock on the mantelpiece, and most blessedly, the low murmur of conversation. The stranger's room was smaller than the spaces we had traversed, more intimate in its proportions, yet no less carefully appointed. The walls were lined with books, though these appeared to be more for decoration than consultation, the sorts of handsome leather-bound volumes that suggested cultivation and taste without demanding actual reading. A bay window looked out onto the garden I had glimpsed earlier, and the afternoon sun streamed through it, creating pools of golden light on the Persian carpet. 3 armchairs were arranged in a conversational grouping near the fire, and in the largest of these sat a figure I recognized immediately, despite having seen him only rarely over the years of my acquaintance with Sherlock Holmes. Mycroft Holmes was a man who could only be described as substantial. Where his brother was lean and angular, all nervous energy and sharp edges, Mycroft was rounded, settled, possessed of a physical presence that suggested immovability. He was not merely corpulent. That would be too simple and too unkind a description. Rather, he gave the impression of a man who had made a deliberate choice to occupy space, to be undeniably, unignorably present in any environment he inhabited. He was dressed with impeccable care, in a suit of dark grey worsted, his collar points precise, his tie knotted with geometric perfection. His face, considerably fuller than his brother's, nevertheless bore the unmistakable stamp of family resemblance. The same penetrating grey eyes, the same high forehead, the same expression of formidable intelligence, barely contained beneath a veneer of civilized courtesy. As we entered, he did not rise. I would learn later that Mycroft Holmes rose from his chair only when absolutely necessary, conserving his energy with the same precision he applied to everything else in his life. But his face broke into a smile of genuine warmth, and he extended his hand first to his brother, then to me. "Sherlock," he said, and his voice was a revelation, deep, melodious, with perfect diction and a warmth that his correspondence had not suggested. Punctual to the minute, as always. "And Dr. Watson, what a pleasure to see you again. Please both of you sit. I've taken the liberty of ordering tea. It should arrive momentarily." "Mycroft," Holmes replied, and there was in his voice a quality I had rarely heard, a gentleness, an openness that he reserved for very few people. "You're looking well." "A polite fiction, but I appreciate the sentiment," Mycroft responded, with a slight chuckle. "I'm looking exactly as I always look, well-fed, well-rested, and thoroughly sedentary. But you, brother mine, appear to have been neglecting your meals again. Mrs. Hudson's cooking has not improved, I take it." "Mrs. Hudson's cooking is perfectly adequate," Holmes said, settling into one of the armchairs with that peculiar grace he brought to even the smallest movements. "I simply become absorbed in my work and forget to eat. Watson scolds me about it regularly." "As well he should," Mycroft said, turning those remarkable eyes toward me. "You have my gratitude, Doctor, for attempting to preserve my brother's health in the face of his appalling self-neglect. It is a task I attempted in his youth with markedly limited success." I found myself warming to Mycroft despite his intimidating reputation. There was in his manner none of the coldness I had half expected, none of the superior disdain that sometimes characterized men of great intellect. Instead, he seemed genuinely pleased to have our company, and his affection for his brother was evident in every word and gesture. "I do what I can," I replied, "though I confess your brother is a challenging patient. He views his own body as merely a vehicle for his mind, and maintains it with about as much care as one might give a hired cab." Mycroft laughed outright at this, a rich, rolling sound that seemed to fill the room. "Oh, that is perfect, Dr. Watson. I shall remember that description. A hired cab, indeed. Though I fear I cannot claim much superiority in that regard. I view my own body as a rather comfortable hotel, well appointed, not much exercised, and destined to remain in one location. The door opened, and a servant entered, the first person we had encountered in the building who was not bound by the rule of silence. He was a young man, perhaps 25, and he carried a substantial tea tray with evident care. The service was exquisite. Fine china in a delicate pattern of blue and white, silver utensils that caught the firelight, and an array of delicacies that would not have shamed the finest hotel in London. "Ah, excellent," Mycroft said as the servant arranged everything on a low table before us. "Thank you, Peters. That will be all for now." The young man withdrew silently, and Mycroft began the ritual of pouring tea with a deftness that surprised me. His large hands, which one might have expected to be clumsy, moved with precision and grace, measuring the tea, adding milk or sugar as requested, distributing cups with perfect efficiency. "I hope you don't mind," he said as he handed me my cup, "that I invited you specifically, Dr. Watson. I find myself curious about the man who has become such an integral part of my brother's life. Sherlock writes to me occasionally, you know, and your name appears in his letters with increasing frequency." I felt a flush of pleasure at this, though I attempted to maintain appropriate modesty. "I am honoured by your interest, though I fear I am a rather ordinary fellow compared to the company I keep." "Ordinary?" Mycroft raised an eyebrow, so like his brother's characteristic expression that I nearly smiled. "My dear doctor, you are many things, but ordinary is not among them. A man of your medical skill, your military experience, your capacity for loyalty and discretion, such qualities are anything but ordinary. Sherlock has chosen his companion well, as he chooses everything well, despite his protestations of operating on pure logic." Holmes shifted slightly in his chair, and I recognized the gesture as mild discomfort with being discussed in the third person. "Mycroft, you're embarrassing both Watson and myself. Can we not simply enjoy our tea without your relentless analysis?" "We could," Mycroft agreed equably, "but where would be the fun in that? Besides, I see you both so rarely that I must make the most of the opportunity. Tell me, how goes the detective business? Any cases of particular interest lately?" What followed was a conversation that I can only describe as a verbal ballet, a demonstration of two superior minds engaging with each other in a manner that was simultaneously competitive and deeply affectionate. Holmes described several recent cases, the matter of the Abernethy family, a curious incident involving a Dutch steamship, a problem of some delicacy concerning a member of the clergy. And with each recounting, Mycroft would offer observations, ask penetrating questions, or occasionally supply information that Holmes had not possessed. Yet there was nothing of one-upmanship in Mycroft's contributions. Rather, he seemed genuinely interested in his brother's work, proud of his achievements, and eager to be of assistance when possible. And Holmes, for his part, accepted his brother's input with grace, even gratitude, in a way I had never seen him accept suggestions from anyone else, including myself. I largely remained silent during these exchanges, content to observe and to learn. Watching the Holmes brothers together was like watching a masterclass in deduction and analysis, each building upon the other's observations, each pushing the other to greater precision and clarity. Yet, beneath the intellectual display, I could sense the deeper current of fraternal affection, The bonds of shared childhood and mutual respect. The afternoon light shifted as we talked, the sun moving lower in the sky, casting longer shadows across the garden visible through the window. The fire crackled pleasantly, and I found myself relaxing into the comfortable rhythm of the conversation, the excellent tea, the sense of being privileged to witness something rare and precious. It was as Mycroft was pouring second cups that I noticed something curious. Through the half-open door to the main reading room, I observed a slight commotion, or what passed for commotion, in a place where silence was absolute. The porter we had encountered earlier was gesturing urgently to another member of staff, and both were looking at something near the entrance hall with expressions of concern. Holmes noticed my attention drift and followed my gaze. His eyes sharpened immediately, that transformation from relaxation to focus that I had witnessed 1,000 times. Mycroft, of course, noticed both of our reactions. He said mildly, setting down the teapot with careful precision. "It appears we have a small mystery developing. How delightful. I do hope it proves entertaining." Through the doorway, we could now see several club members gathered near the entrance, still silent, of course, but clearly agitated. The porter was examining something, or rather, the absence of something, near the umbrella stand that stood beside the main door. "A walking stick has gone missing," Mycroft observed, not even bothering to look towards the commotion. "Specifically, Sir Edmund Hartley's Malacca cane with the silver handle. He is quite attached to it, a gift from his late wife. The poor man will be distraught." I stared at Mycroft, then at the scene in the other room, then back at Mycroft. "How could you possibly know that?" Mycroft finished for me, smiling gently. "My dear doctor, Sir Edmund has just passed the doorway for the 3rd time in as many minutes, each time glancing toward the umbrella stand with increasing agitation. He's a man of rigid habit. He always places his cane in the same position, 3rd from the left. The porter is now examining that precise spot. Ergo, the cane is missing. As for its description, I have observed it on numerous occasions during Sir Edmund's visits to the club. The gentleman carries it not from necessity, but from sentiment. Note the lack of wear on his right hip, where a regularly used cane would create a characteristic pattern on his jacket." Holmes was leaning forward now, his eyes bright with interest. "And you deduce that it's been stolen rather than simply misplaced?" "I deduce nothing yet," Mycroft replied. "I merely observe. Though I confess, a theft within the Diogenes Club would be unprecedented and rather fascinating. Brother mine, what do you make of it?" I could see that Holmes was already forming theories, his mind working through possibilities with that incredible speed that still amazed me after all our years together. But before he could speak, Mycroft raised a hand. "Perhaps," he said, his eyes twinkling with unmistakable mischief, "we should investigate together. It's been far too long since we've collaborated on a puzzle, Sherlock, and Dr. Watson should have the opportunity to see us both in action, don't you think?" Holmes smiled, a genuine, warm smile that transformed his usually austere features. "I think, brother, that you've already solved it, and are merely amusing yourself at our expense." Now, Mycroft protested mildly. "Where's the fun in that? Come, let us examine the evidence together. I promise to pretend I haven't already deduced the solution." As we rose from our chairs, preparing to investigate this small mystery, I felt a surge of anticipation. I was about to witness something I suspected few people had ever seen. The Holmes brothers working in tandem, two of the finest minds in England brought to bear on a puzzle, however trivial. The missing walking stick suddenly seemed like the most fascinating mystery in all of London. The Temple of Silence was about to reveal its secrets. As we rose from our comfortable armchairs and prepared to venture into the silent precincts of the club proper, I found myself experiencing a curious mixture of anticipation and trepidation. The prospect of watching both Holmes brothers apply their formidable intellects to even so trivial a mystery as a missing walking stick promised to be illuminating. Yet I could not shake a certain anxiety about my own role in what was to come. I was accustomed to serving as Holmes's companion and chronicler, occasionally offering insights from my medical training or military experience. But what contribution could I possibly make when observing two minds of such extraordinary caliber? Mycroft seemed to sense my hesitation, for as we moved towards the door, he placed a hand briefly on my shoulder, a gesture of surprising warmth from a man reputed to be as emotionally remote as his younger brother. "Dr. Watson," he said in that melodious voice of his, "I hope you will not feel yourself to be merely a spectator in what follows. Sherlock has written to me of your considerable observational skills and your knack for seeing what others miss. I should be most interested in your professional perspective on whatever we discover." This kindness, coming from such a source, bolstered my confidence considerably. I nodded my thanks, and together the three of us stepped through the doorway into the reading room beyond. The transformation in atmosphere was immediate and striking. Where the stranger's room had been a haven of permitted conversation, a small island of normalcy within the club's peculiar geography, the reading room beyond was a return to that profound, almost oppressive silence. Yet now the silence was charged with tension. The usual studious calm had been disrupted by the evident agitation of several members, all of whom maintained their vow of quietude, even as their faces and gestures betrayed considerable distress. Sir Edmund Hartley, for I assumed the elderly gentleman at the centre of the commotion must be he, stood near the entrance hall with an expression of such profound dismay that my medical instincts immediately assessed him for signs of genuine distress. He was a man of perhaps 70 years, well dressed in the manner of the previous generation, with magnificent white whiskers and a bearing that spoke of military service. His face had gone quite pale, and I noted a slight tremor in his hands that suggested either age, agitation, or both. The porter, who had greeted us upon our arrival, was attempting to communicate with Sir Edmund through an elaborate series of gestures, while several other members had gathered at a respectful distance, observing the scene with the sort of keen interest that educated men bring to any unusual occurrence. All of this was conducted in absolute silence, creating a pantomime quality that would have been comical had the old gentleman not appeared so genuinely distressed. Mycroft moved through the assembled group with surprising grace for a man of his considerable bulk. His presence commanded immediate attention. Members stepped aside to allow him passage, and even the agitated Sir Edmund seemed to calm slightly at his approach. Here, I realized, was a man accustomed to authority, to having his mere appearance change the character of any situation he entered. My brother followed in Mycroft's wake, and I brought up the rear, my medical bag which I had carried with me out of long habit, suddenly feeling heavy in my hand. As we reached the entrance hall, I could see the source of the consternation. An ornate umbrella stand, crafted from brass and mahogany, containing perhaps a dozen walking sticks and umbrellas in various states of genteel wear. There was indeed a noticeable gap, third position from the left, exactly as Mycroft had deduced. Holmes was already examining the stand with that intense focus I knew so well, his long fingers hovering over the remaining sticks without quite touching them, his eyes moving rapidly as he catalogued every detail. Mycroft, by contrast, remained standing at a slight remove, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze encompassing not just the umbrella stand, but the entire entrance hall, the assembled members, the very architecture of the space. It was fascinating to observe the difference in their methods. Where Sherlock was all concentrated energy, moving and examining and absorbing specific details, Mycroft was stillness itself, allowing the information to come to him, to arrange itself in patterns within that formidable mind. Two approaches to the same end, each perfectly suited to its practitioner. The porter produced a small notebook and pencil, apparently the approved method of communication in circumstances requiring more nuance than gestures could provide, and wrote something, showing it first to Sir Edmund, then to Mycroft. I manoeuvred myself into a position where I could read the message over Mycroft's shoulder. Sir Edmund's Malacca cane with a silver handle is missing. Last seen when he arrived at 2:15 p.m. He placed it personally in its usual position. Has checked the library, reading room, and his private chamber. Not found. Mycroft nodded gravely and took the notebook, writing his own message with swift, economical strokes. When was the absence first noticed? Sir Edmund took the notebook, and I watched his hand shake slightly as he wrote his response. Approximately 10 minutes ago, at 3:20 p.m. I came to retrieve it to keep an appointment at 3:30. I'm quite certain it was here when I arrived. Holmes had completed his examination of the umbrella stand and now produced his own notebook. He and Mycroft apparently sharing not just family resemblance, but also certain habits of preparedness. He wrote something and showed it to the porter, who nodded vigorously and disappeared into an adjacent room, returning moments later with what appeared to be a visitor's log. While Holmes examined this document, Mycroft had moved to the main door and was studying it with apparent casualness, though I knew better than to assume anything he did was without purpose. He opened it, stepped outside briefly, then returned, closing it behind him with careful attention to the sound it made, which is to say, almost none at all, for the door was fitted with mechanisms designed to prevent any noise that might disturb the club's pervading silence. I found myself drawn to Sir Edmund, whose distress seemed, if anything, to be increasing. My medical training has taught me that emotional agitation in elderly patients can precipitate serious physical complications, and I moved to his side, offering what I hoped was a reassuring smile. Taking the notebook that still circulated among us, I wrote, "Sir, I am a physician. Are you quite well? Might I suggest sitting down?" The old gentleman's face softened with gratitude, and he nodded. I guided him to a nearby chair, one of several positioned in the entrance hall for members arriving or departing, and he sank into it with evident relief. His colour was improving slightly, I was pleased to note, though his hands still trembled. He took the notebook and wrote, in a somewhat shaky hand, Most kind of you, Doctor. The cane was my wife's last gift to me before she passed. Sentimental value beyond measure. My heart went out to him. I understood, perhaps better than most, the profound attachment we form to objects associated with those we've loved and lost. I wrote back, "We shall recover it, sir. I have every confidence." Whether this confidence was entirely warranted, I could not say, but it seemed to comfort him, and that was my immediate concern as a medical man. Meanwhile, Holmes had completed his examination of the visitor's log, and was now conferring with his brother, or rather attempting to confer, for the rule of silence applied even to them. They stood together near the umbrella stand, writing messages back and forth in Holmes's notebook with a speed that suggested long practice at this peculiar form of communication. I caught glimpses of their exchange. Holmes: "No visitors except ourselves since 2 p.m. All members present are regulars." Mycroft: "Note the weather, relevant to the question of umbrellas versus walking sticks." Holmes: "Already observed. Dry day, no rain forecast. Those arriving would carry sticks rather than umbrellas." Mycroft: "Yet observe the stand. The ratio has shifted." Holmes paused, returned to the umbrella stand, and I could see the moment of realization cross his face. He wrote something else, but Mycroft merely smiled and shook his head, writing his own response. This continued for several minutes, a silent debate conducted through scribbled notes, and I confess I felt rather like a spectator at a tennis match, my head turning from one to the other as they volleyed observations and theories back and forth. It was Mycroft who finally broke this pattern by writing a longer message and showing it to both Holmes and myself. "Gentlemen, I propose we retire to the stranger's room to discuss this matter properly. The constraint of written communication, while possessing certain charms, is rather inefficient for detailed analysis. Sir Edmund, would you care to join us?" Sir Edmund, who had been watching this exchange with evident bewilderment, nodded eagerly. The four of us made our way back through the reading room, where members watched our procession with barely concealed curiosity, and into the blessed sanctuary of the stranger's room, where speech was once again permitted. The moment the door closed behind us, Sir Edmund let out a long breath. "Gentlemen, I cannot thank you enough for your attention to this matter. I know it must seem trivial to minds such as yours, a mere walking stick, but the sentimental—" "Say no more, Sir Edmund," Mycroft interrupted gently, guiding the old gentleman to the most comfortable chair. "There is nothing trivial about an object that carries such profound personal meaning. And now, if you would be so kind, please tell us everything you can remember about your arrival this afternoon and the placement of your cane." Sir Edmund settled into the chair with a grateful sigh. "I arrived at precisely 2:15. I am rather punctual, you understand. I always arrive at that time on Thursdays for my regular afternoon of reading. The porter, Peters, I believe his name is, greeted me at the door. I removed my hat and coat, which I handed to him, and I placed my cane in the stand myself, in its usual position, third from the left. I am quite particular about this. It's been my habit for 7 years, since my dear Margaret passed." His voice caught slightly at the mention of his wife, and I saw both Holmes brothers respond with immediate sympathy, a reminder that beneath their extraordinary intellects beat hearts capable of genuine compassion. "And then?" Holmes prompted gently. "Then I proceeded directly to the library, where I spent approximately an hour reading the Times and the Telegraph. After that, I moved to my private chamber, number 14 on the second floor, where I worked on some correspondence. I came down at 3:20, intending to retrieve my cane and depart for an appointment with my solicitor at 3:30, and it was gone. "Did you encounter anyone during your time in the building?" Mycroft asked. "Only the usual mobbers, all of whom I recognized. Mr. Pemberton was in the library, as was Colonel Davies. Young Hartfield, no relation, was in the reading room. No one I haven't seen 100 times before." Holmes had been pacing slowly, his hands clasped behind his back. But now he stopped. "Sir Edmund, your cane. Describe it for me in detail, if you would." The old gentleman's face took on a fond expression. "It's a Malacca cane, quite fine quality, with a silver handle shaped like a falcon's head. Margaret had it specially commissioned for my 60th birthday. The wood has a beautiful grain, and the silver handle bears her initials on the underside, M.E.H., Margaret Elizabeth Hartley. The shaft is perhaps 36 inches in length, and there's a small brass ferrule at the tip." I was making notes of this description in my own notebook, a habit acquired from years of recording Holmes's cases, when I noticed Mycroft watching me with an expression of approval. "An excellent practice, Dr. Watson," he observed. "The discipline of recording details is invaluable. It's a shame my brother doesn't apply the same rigour to his own case notes." "I have Watson for that," Holmes replied with a slight smile. "Why should I duplicate his efforts?" "Because, dear brother, Dr. Watson is not always present when you conduct your investigations. But that is a discussion for another time. Sir Edmund, one final question. You said you placed the cane yourself. Did the porter observe you do so?" Sir Edmund considered this. "I don't believe so. He'd stepped away into the cloakroom, I think, to hang my coat. But surely that makes no difference. The cane was there. I placed it myself. I can see it now in my mind's eye, settling into its accustomed spot." Mycroft exchanged a look with his brother, and I recognized in that silent communication a shared understanding that excluded me. It was not an unpleasant exclusion. I had long since accepted that there were realms of deduction where Holmes operated beyond my capacity to follow, and evidently Mycroft inhabited those same rarefied regions. "Sir Edmund," Mycroft said after a moment, "I wonder if you would be so kind as to allow us perhaps 15 minutes to examine the evidence. I believe we may be able to resolve this matter to your satisfaction." The old gentleman looked between the two brothers with an expression combining hope and skepticism. "You believe you can find it? In 15 minutes? I believe," Mycroft said carefully, "that we can determine what became of it. Whether that results in its immediate recovery remains to be seen. But yes, I am reasonably confident of the outcome." "Then please, proceed. I shall wait here. My appointment can be delayed. Finding Margaret's gift is far more important." The three of us, Mycroft, Sherlock, and myself, stepped back into the reading room, and Mycroft led us not toward the entrance hall, but rather toward a different corridor, one I had not yet explored. As we walked, Holmes spoke in a low voice. "You've already solved it, haven't you?" Mycroft's smile was answer enough. "I have a theory that accounts for all the observed facts. But I would like to hear your analysis first, Sherlock. It's been too long since we've had a proper puzzle to share." "Very well," Holmes said, and I could hear the pleasure in his voice. the joy of intellectual exercise shared with the one person he acknowledged as his superior. The facts are these. The cane was placed in the stand at 2:15 p.m. No unauthorized persons have entered the club since that time. All members present are regulars, known to Sir Edmund. The cane has vanished from a position that should have been under constant observation, yet no one observed its removal. Therefore, one of several scenarios must be obtained. We had reached a door marked staff only, and Mycroft opened it without hesitation, revealing a narrow staircase leading downward. He gestured for us to descend, and we did so, our footsteps echoing slightly in the confined space. "Continue," Mycroft prompted as we descended. First possibility. The cane was stolen by a member, which seems unlikely, given both the obvious visibility of the act and the lack of motive. These are all wealthy gentlemen with no need to steal a walking stick, however valuable. Second possibility. It was taken by staff, which seems equally unlikely for the same reasons, and additionally, because the staff of the Diogenes Club are selected for their absolute discretion and trustworthiness. We had reached the bottom of the stairs and found ourselves in what appeared to be a service corridor, dimly lit but scrupulously clean. Mycroft was leading us toward a door at the far end, moving with evident purpose. Third possibility, he prompted, that the cane was never actually placed in the stand, Holmes said slowly, and I could hear him working through the implications even as he spoke. That Sir Edmund, despite his certainty, is mistaken about having placed it there. But that seems psychologically unlikely. The man is clearly of sound mind, and the action of placing the cane is one he has performed hundreds of times. And yet, Mycroft said, reaching the door and opening it to reveal what appeared to be a storage room, is it not often the case that actions we perform by rote, by habit, are precisely the ones we are most likely to misremember? The very automaticity of the action makes it less memorable, not more. I was beginning to see where this was leading, and my medical training provided additional context. "Gentlemen," I interjected, "there is a well-documented phenomenon in medical literature regarding habitual actions. Patients will swear they have taken their medication or changed a dressing when in fact they have only intended to do so. The neural pathways associated with the habitual action fire so reliably that the brain can confuse intention with execution." "Precisely, Dr. Watson," Mycroft exclaimed, his face lighting with genuine delight. "You've put your finger on the exact mechanism. Now, observe." He gestured toward a corner of the storage room, where several items were arranged on shelves: umbrellas, walking sticks, various pieces of outerwear that appeared to have been left behind by forgetful members. And there, propped against the wall in a position suggesting it had been placed there quite recently, was a Malacca cane with a silver handle in the shape of a falcon's head. "But how did you know it would be here?" I asked, astonished. Mycroft picked up the cane with careful reverence, examining the silver handle, where, as described, the initials M.E.H. were engraved. "Because, my dear doctor, I observed something that my brother also observed, but which neither of us had yet articulated. The ratio of umbrellas to walking sticks in the entrance hall stand had shifted. There were more umbrellas than one would expect on a dry day, which suggested that someone had mistaken the nature of what they were carrying. Holmes was nodding, his eyes bright, and the porter, when he returned from hanging Sir Edmund's coat, naturally assumed that the umbrella in his hand was meant for the storage room, where umbrellas are typically kept when not in season, rather than for the entrance hall stand. Exactly, Mycroft confirmed. Sir Edmund arrived, handed his coat to the porter, and picked up an umbrella instead of his cane, I finished, understanding the flooding through me. He was so certain of his habitual action that he didn't actually verify what he was holding. And the porter, seeing an umbrella, did what he always does with out-of-season umbrellas, brought it down here to storage. "But where is the umbrella now?" Holmes asked. "The one Sir Edmund actually took with him." Mycroft smiled. "That, brother of mine, is the one detail I have not yet deduced. But I suspect if we return to the reading room and examine the umbrella stand more carefully, we'll find one umbrella that seems out of place, newer than the others, perhaps, or of a different style. Sir Edmund presumably carried it upstairs or his private chamber, believing it to be his cane, and it is likely still there, propped in a corner, waiting to confound him when he next notices it. The three of us stood in that dim storage room, and I felt a profound sense of privilege. I had just witnessed two of the finest minds in England solve a puzzle that seemed impossible, doing so with grace, collaboration, and evident pleasure in each other's company. More than that, I had contributed to the solution myself, my medical knowledge providing a crucial piece of the puzzle. "Shall we return this to its owner?" Mycroft said, hefting the cane gently. "I suspect Sir Edmund will be most relieved." As we climbed the stairs back toward the inhabited portions of the club, I reflected on what I had observed. Mycroft had indeed solved the mystery first, but he had allowed his brother the pleasure of working through it, had valued my contribution, and had demonstrated a warmth and generosity of spirit that contradicted his reputation for cold intellectualism. The Holmes brothers, I realized, were not competitors, but collaborators, each secure enough in their own abilities to celebrate the other's gifts without envy. It was a relationship of remarkable depth and mutual respect, and I felt honored to have been permitted to witness it. We emerged into the reading room, and Mycroft led us back to the stranger's room, where Sir Edmund waited with evident anxiety. The moment he saw his cane, his face transformed, years seeming to fall away, as relief and joy suffused his features. What followed was a scene of touching gratitude, as Mycroft explained gently what had occurred, never once making Sir Edmund feel foolish for his error. The old gentleman clutched his recovered treasure, his eyes bright with unshed tears, and insisted on shaking each of our hands in turn. As he departed for his delayed appointment, walking stick firmly in hand, the three of us settled once more into our chairs. The tea had gone cold, but none of us seemed to care. "Well," Mycroft said, pouring fresh cups, "that was a pleasant diversion. Though I confess, Sherlock, I had hoped for something rather more challenging." Holmes laughed. "Did you really solve it the moment you saw the umbrella stand?" "The moment before, actually," Mycroft admitted with a slight smile. "I observed Sir Edmund passing the doorway, and I noticed he was walking with perfect ease, no hint of favouring one side or requiring support. A man who habitually uses a walking stick develops certain patterns of movement. His absence suggested he had not, in fact, been using it." I shook my head in wonder. "Remarkable. Both of you, truly remarkable. And yet, even as I said it, I found myself understanding that the true marvel was not the deduction itself, but the relationship that had made it possible. Two brothers, different in so many ways, united in their love of the puzzle, their respect for each other, and their capacity for kindness. The afternoon sun was sinking lower, and I knew our time in this strange, silent sanctuary was drawing to a close. But what had begun as a simple social call had become something far more valuable. A glimpse into the brotherhood at the heart of the Holmes family, and a reminder that genius, for all its intimidating brilliance, need not preclude warmth, humour, and genuine human connection. With Sir Edmund's walking stick safely restored to its rightful owner, and that small mystery resolved, a curious shift occurred in the atmosphere of the stranger's room. What had begun as a formal tea between brothers, with myself as privileged observer, now took on a different quality, something more relaxed, more intimate, yet simultaneously charged with an energy I found difficult to name. It was as though the successful collaboration over the missing cane had served as a kind of overture, a warm-up exercise for minds that craved more substantial engagement. Mycroft refreshed our tea with the same careful precision he had demonstrated earlier, and I noticed that despite his considerable bulk and his reputation for absolute indolence, his movements possessed a certain grace. Here was a man who did nothing carelessly, nothing without consideration. Even the simple act of pouring tea was executed with an economy of motion that spoke to a mind that had analysed and optimised every aspect of his daily routine. "You know Sherlock," Mycroft said as he settled back into his chair with a contented sigh. "That was rather well done. Your observation about the habitual nature of Sir Edmund's action was quite astute." "It was Watson who provided the medical context," Holmes replied, and I felt a warm glow of pleasure at his generous attribution. I had observed the discrepancy in the umbrella stand, but I might have pursued other theories had he not mentioned the phenomenon of confused intention and execution. "Ah, but you would have arrived at the correct conclusion eventually," Mycroft countered. "You always do. Though I confess, having Dr. Watson's expertise available must accelerate your deductive process considerably. It's rather like having a specialized reference library at one's disposal, but one that can also shoot straight and doesn't mind irregular hours." I couldn't help but laugh at this characterization, even as I protested mildly. I'm not certain whether to be flattered or insulted by that comparison. "Be flattered," both brothers said simultaneously, then looked at each other with expressions of amused surprise at their synchronicity. It was a small moment, but it revealed something profound about the deep connection between them. Even their thoughts could run in parallel channels. "Tell me, Mycroft," Holmes said, leaning back in his chair with the relaxed posture of a man among trusted companions. "Have you encountered anything of interest in your work lately? Any puzzles that require your particular talents?" I noted the careful phrasing, "your work," rather than any specific reference to what that work might entail. Holmes had told me that Mycroft held some position in the government, something he had once described as, "occasionally, he is the British government." But the details remained deliberately vague. I understood that there were matters of state security involved, and I was content to remain ignorant of specifics. Mycroft's eyes gleamed with what I can only describe as intellectual mischief. There was a curious matter last week involving the French ambassador's wife and a rather indiscreet letter. Nothing that would interest you, Sherlock. Purely political manoeuvring, no crime involved. Though I confess the solution required some creative interpretation of diplomatic protocol. And you resolved it without leaving your chair, I presume? Holmes asked with a slight smile. Naturally, I sent 3 memoranda and received 4 in return. The matter was concluded by Thursday afternoon, and everyone involved believes they achieved exactly what they desired, which is the art of successful diplomacy, ensuring all parties feel victorious, even when the actual outcome favours one side considerably more than the others. Which side were you favouring? I found myself asking, then immediately wondered if I had overstepped. But Mycroft seemed pleased by the question. Why, the British side, of course, Dr. Watson. That is always my purpose, my singular concern. Though in this case, favouring meant preventing a scandal that would have embarrassed both nations and potentially disrupted some rather delicate trade negotiations. So in truth, everyone benefited, though they shall never know how close they came to disaster. Holmes had been watching his brother with that peculiar intensity he brought to observation, and now he spoke with what seemed like studied casualness. You prevented a war last month, didn't you? That business with the Portuguese colonies and the German trade routes. Mycroft's expression didn't change, but I saw something flicker in his eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or approval. Now what makes you say that, brother mine? The timing of several parliamentary announcements, the sudden shift in certain newspaper editorials, and the fact that Lord Bellingham, who everyone knows is your mouthpiece in the Commons, made an unusual speech about international cooperation. Also, you've seemed particularly satisfied with yourself lately, and you only achieve that particular quality of smugness when you've accomplished something of genuine significance, while ensuring no one knows you accomplished it. I watched this exchange with fascination, realizing I was witnessing a form of communication that went far beyond the mere words being spoken. The brothers were testing each other, probing, demonstrating their knowledge and their deductive capabilities, yet doing so with an affection that transformed what might have been competition into something more like a sophisticated game. Mycroft chuckled, a rich sound that seemed to emanate from deep within his substantial frame. Very good, Sherlock. Yes, there was a situation that required careful management. Nothing so dramatic as preventing a war. That's rather overstating it, but certainly forestalling some unpleasant diplomatic complications. 3 memoranda, 2 carefully placed whispers in the right ears, and 1 threat that was never explicitly stated, but thoroughly understood. The beauty of it is that the Germans believe they achieved a victory. The Portuguese are convinced they maintained their sovereignty, and the British interests have been preserved, without anyone realizing they were ever threatened. And Lord Bellingham has no idea he was instrumental in your design, Holmes added. None whatsoever. He believes the speech was entirely his own idea, inspired by his deep commitment to international harmony, which, in a sense, it was. I merely ensured that his commitment aligned precisely with British interests at the exact moment such alignment was most beneficial. I found myself somewhat awed by this revelation, even in its vague outline. Mycroft, forgive me, but that seems rather like manipulation. It is exactly manipulation, Dr. Watson, Mycroft replied, without any hint of defensiveness. That is the essence of my work. manipulating events, people, and circumstances to achieve desired outcomes while maintaining the illusion that everything has occurred naturally through the normal course of affairs. It is not noble work, perhaps, but it is necessary work. Someone must attend to the machinery of the empire while everyone else is looking at the grand facade. Holmes had lit his pipe and was regarding his brother through a haze of aromatic smoke. Yet you never take credit for any of it. All your victories are anonymous, all your accomplishments invisible. Does that not frustrate you? Why should it? Mycroft asked, seeming genuinely puzzled by the question. Credit is for those who require external validation. I require only the satisfaction of knowing the work was done well, the problem solved, the crisis averted. Your work, Sherlock, requires public acknowledgement. You must build a reputation to attract clients, and your successes must be known to maintain that reputation. My work requires the opposite. The moment my involvement becomes visible, my effectiveness is compromised. And yet, you invited us here, I observed. You've shared details of your recent work, however vaguely. Surely that suggests some need for recognition, even if only from your brother and his companion. Mycroft looked at me with an expression of such approval that I felt absurdly pleased, like a student who is given an unexpected but correct answer. Dr. Watson, you are perceptive indeed. Yes, you've touched upon a truth I rarely acknowledge, even to myself. I am, despite my cultivated isolation, a human being with human needs. The desire to be understood, to have one's work appreciated by those capable of understanding it. This is not weakness, but a fundamental aspect of our nature. Sherlock understands what I do, even if he disapproves of my methods. And you, Doctor, bring an outside perspective that is valuable precisely because you are not caught up in the machinery of either detection or government. The conversation had taken on a depth I had not anticipated, and I found myself drawn further into the dynamics between these two remarkable men. Holmes, I realized, was studying his brother with genuine curiosity, perhaps seeing aspects of Mycroft that years of familiarity had rendered invisible. You said earlier that you disapprove of your methods, Mycroft continued, turning to his brother. Is that true? Or do you merely disapprove of the necessity that requires such methods? Holmes was silent for a long moment, considering the question with the seriousness it deserved. I disapprove of the system that makes your work necessary, he said finally. The endless maneuvering for advantage, the reduction of human lives and fates to pieces on a chessboard, the cynical calculation that treats honor and honesty as weaknesses to be exploited. But I do not disapprove of you, Mycroft. You did not create this system. You merely operate within it with extraordinary skill. And I suspect that if you were not doing this work, someone far less scrupulous and far less brilliant would be, with considerably worse outcomes for everyone involved. That is remarkably generous of you, brother, Mycroft said softly, and more or less precisely how I justify my own existence on those rare occasions when self-doubt intrudes upon my generally unshakable confidence. I sensed that this exchange had ventured into territory the brothers rarely explored with each other, let alone in the presence of a third party. The casual verbal sparring had given way to something more vulnerable, more honest. I felt privileged to witness it, but also slightly uncomfortable, as though I were intruding on a private moment. Holmes seemed to sense this shift as well, for he changed the subject with deliberate lightness. Speaking of your work, have you had any dealings with the Moriarty matter? The effect of this name was immediate and striking. Mycroft's expression hardened, and I saw a flash of something that might have been concern, or perhaps anger, cross his face before his customary composure reasserted itself. "Ah," he said quietly, "so you've noticed him as well?" "Noticed him?" Holmes's voice was sharp. "Mycroft, the man is a cancer at the heart of London's criminal enterprises. He coordinates activities across half of Europe, yet he remains untouchable, because he never directly involves himself in any crime. Every investigation leads to subordinates, to intermediaries, to dead ends. And yet I know, as certainly as I know anything, that he is the organizing intelligence behind at least 40% of the serious crime in this city." I listened to this with a growing alarm. Holmes had mentioned the name Moriarty to me only once or twice in passing, always with a particular quality of frustration in his voice. But I had not realized the extent of his concern, nor that Mycroft was also aware of this individual. "He is well protected," Mycroft said carefully, "both by his own intelligence and by certain parties who find his services useful. There are elements within the government, not my department, I hasten to add, who have utilized his networks for purposes they consider patriotic. This makes moving against him complicated." "Complicated," Holmes repeated, and there was an edge to his voice I rarely heard. "Mycroft, the man is responsible for murders, thefts, extortions." "I am aware, Sherlock," Mycroft interrupted, and for the first time since I had met him, he seemed genuinely weary. "I am acutely aware, and I have been working through channels you cannot see and using methods you would probably find distasteful to isolate him from his governmental protections. But these things take time. You cannot simply arrest a man of Moriarty's position and connections without having an absolutely unassailable case. The moment we move against him prematurely, he disappears, and we lose our chance." "How long?" Holmes asked. "How long must this continue while we build an unassailable case?" "I cannot say. Months, certainly. Perhaps years. I know that is not the answer you wish to hear, but it is the only honest answer I can provide." The tension in the room had changed entirely. Where moments before there had been warmth and intellectual play, now there was genuine disagreement. The friction of two powerful minds approaching the same problem from different angles and reaching incompatible conclusions. I felt compelled to intervene, though I was uncertain of my standing to do so. "Gentlemen," I said quietly, "perhaps this is a discussion better held at another time, when we have more privacy and fewer constraints." Both brothers turned to look at me, and I saw in their faces a kind of surprise, as though they had momentarily forgotten my presence. Then Mycroft's expression softened. "You are quite right, Dr. Watson. Forgive me. This is hardly appropriate conversation for a social tea, and certainly not a topic to be pursued in the Diogenes Club, even in the Stranger's Room, Sherlock. We shall discuss this matter further, I promise you. But not today." Holmes nodded, visibly forcing himself to relax. "Agreed. Although I will hold you to that promise, Mycroft. Say what expect, nothing less." The moment passed, and I watched as both men deliberately shifted their postures, their expressions, even their breathing patterns, consciously choosing to move away from conflict and back toward the companionable atmosphere that had characterized the earlier part of our visit. It was remarkable to witness such conscious control over their own emotional states, a reminder that for all their differences, they shared certain fundamental capabilities. "Tell me about your recent cases," Sherlock Mycroft said, his tone returning to its earlier warmth. "I've read Watson's accounts in the Strand, of course. Quite excellent work, Doctor, by the way. But I'm curious about the cases that don't make it into print. Surely there must be some that are too sensitive or too trivial for publication?" Holmes seemed grateful for the change of subject. "Oh, a great many. Just last week, I had a client who was convinced his wife was being unfaithful because she'd begun wearing a new perfume. It took me approximately 15 minutes to determine that she had developed an allergic reaction to her usual scent, and had simply switched to an alternative her sister had recommended. The poor man nearly wept with relief. "And you charged him your usual fee?" Mycroft asked with a knowing smile. "Naturally. The speed of the solution does not diminish its value. In fact, one could argue that expertise that enables rapid resolution is worth more, not less." "A philosophy I share entirely," Mycroft agreed, "though in my work I rarely have the opportunity to charge fees. The government assumes my services are included in my modest salary, despite the fact that I save them millions of pounds annually through my interventions. You could retire tomorrow a wealthy man if you chose to apply your abilities in the private sector," Holmes observed. "True. But then who would prevent wars and manage diplomatic crises? No, Sherlock, I am trapped by my own competence, a prison of my making, perhaps, but a prison nonetheless. There is no one else who can do what I do, at least not to the standard required, so I must continue. It is the curse of unique ability. The world becomes dependent upon it, and one loses the freedom to simply walk away." I found this deeply sad, though I understood the logic. "Surely, Mycroft, you could train a successor, someone to whom you could pass your knowledge and your methods." Mycroft looked at me with an expression that mixed appreciation with resignation. "A generous thought, Doctor, but impractical. What I do requires not just knowledge or methods, which can indeed be taught, but a particular configuration of mental faculties that cannot be trained into someone who does not already possess them. I could explain my techniques to 1,000 intelligent men, and perhaps one might be able to apply them adequately. But adequacy is not sufficient when the stakes involve national security and international stability." "That seems rather arrogant," I said, then immediately worried I had been too blunt. But Mycroft merely laughed. "It is absolutely arrogant, Dr. Watson. It is also, unfortunately, accurate. I take no particular pride in this. I did not choose to be born with the mental apparatus I possess, any more than a man chooses his height or the colour of his eyes. But having these abilities, I cannot in good conscience refuse to employ them where they are most needed, even if that employment costs me the possibility of a more conventional, more comfortable existence." Holmes had been listening to this exchange with an expression I couldn't quite read, something between admiration and sorrow. "You are a better man than I am, Mycroft," he said quietly. "I use my abilities for my own satisfaction as much as for any noble purpose. The intellectual challenge, the puzzle itself, that is my primary motivation. Justice is a happy byproduct, but it is not my driving force." "And you think my motivations are more pure?" Mycroft asked. "Brother, I do this work because I am constitutionally incapable of tolerating inefficiency and incompetence, particularly when such failures threaten catastrophic consequences. It is not nobility, but fastidiousness that drives me. I cannot bear to see things done poorly when I know how they could be done well. This is vanity, not virtue. Perhaps it is both, I suggested. Perhaps our motivations are never purely one thing or another. You work to prevent catastrophe because you cannot tolerate inefficiency, yes, but also because you care about the outcomes, about the people who would suffer if you did not intervene. And Holmes pursues cases for the intellectual challenge, certainly, but also because he has a profound, if sometimes hidden, commitment to justice and order. Both brothers regarded me with similar expressions, a mixture of surprise and consideration, as though I had articulated something they had sensed, but never quite formulated. "Watson," Holmes said finally, "you have a gift for cutting through the elaborate rationalizations we clever people construct to explain ourselves to ourselves. It is simultaneously uncomfortable and valuable. That is perhaps the finest compliment my brother has ever paid anyone," Mycroft added. "He is not naturally generous with praise, Dr. Watson. Accept it as the rare treasure it is." I felt my face flush with pleasure, but I attempted to maintain appropriate modesty. "I merely observe what is evident. You two have spent so much time analyzing the world around you that perhaps you've neglected to turn that analysis inward with equal honesty. 'Physician, heal thyself,'" Mycroft quoted with a smile. "Or in this case, detectives, detect yourselves. Yes, there is wisdom in that. We are all vulnerable to our own blind spots, and perhaps the greatest blind spot is the assumption that we have none." The afternoon had grown late, I realized. The sun that had earlier filled the room with golden light was now slanting in at acute angles, creating long shadows and painting everything in amber tones. The fire in the grate had burned down to embers, and the tea had long since gone cold, though none of us seemed inclined to address these practical matters. There was a comfortable silence among us, the kind of quiet that exists between people who have achieved a certain level of understanding and mutual respect. I felt profoundly grateful to have been included in this afternoon, to have witnessed the relationship between these two extraordinary brothers, and to have contributed, however modestly, to their conversation. It was Mycroft who finally broke the silence. "I am glad you both came today," he said simply. "These occasions are rarer than they should be, and I feel their absence more than I generally acknowledge. Sherlock, you should bring Dr. Watson with you more often. He is good for both of us. A reminder that brilliance need not preclude warmth, and that there is value in perspectives that differ from our own." "I shall," Holmes promised, "though I suspect Watson may find these visits exhausting. It is not easy being the most normal person in a room full of Holmeses." I laughed at that. I confess I do feel rather like a man of average height who has wandered into a convention of giants. But it is a privilege, gentlemen, truly. Your friendship, both of you, is among the great gifts of my life. The words had come out more emotionally than I had intended, and I felt slightly embarrassed by my own candour. But neither brother seemed uncomfortable with the sentiment. Instead, they both nodded, accepting the statement as simple truth rather than excessive sentimentality. "Well," Mycroft said, his tone becoming brisk, "I suppose we should acknowledge the lateness of the hour. I have a memorandum to compose before dinner, and I suspect you both have engagements of your own. But before you go, Sherlock, there is one small matter I meant to mention." He paused, and I saw something flicker across his face, a look of calculation, of careful consideration. Whatever he was about to say had been planned, I realized. Perhaps even the primary purpose of this entire invitation, disguised as it had been beneath layers of social pleasantry and intellectual exercise. Holmes had caught it too, I could tell. He leaned forward slightly, his attention sharpening. Yes, Mycroft? What would that be? And in that moment, as the afternoon's shadows deepened, and the brothers prepared to engage with whatever puzzle Mycroft was about to unveil, I understood that the missing walking stick had been merely a preliminary exercise, an appetizer before the main course. The true purpose of this visit was about to be revealed. But I must pause here in my narrative, for I realize I have gotten somewhat ahead of myself in my recollection of that remarkable afternoon. The chronology of memory is a curious thing. Moments of great significance seem to expand in retrospect, while transitional periods compress into mere summaries. Yet accuracy demands that I return to the proper sequence of events, to that period after we had restored Sir Edmund's cane, but before the deeper conversations I have just recorded fully unfolded. In truth, the resolution of the walking stick mystery had been more complex than my initial account suggested, and the manner of its solving revealed aspects of the Holmes brothers' relationship that deserve fuller examination. For it was in that seemingly trivial puzzle that I witnessed most clearly the peculiar dance of intellect and affection that characterized their bond. Let me return, then, to that moment when we three stood in the storage room, Mycroft having triumphantly located the missing Malacca cane with its falcon head handle. Holmes had been examining the stick with his characteristic thoroughness, turning it over in his long fingers, studying the grain of the wood and the craftsmanship of the silver handle. "You knew it would be here," Holmes said, and there was something in his voice. Not quite accusation, but a kind of amused challenge. "Before we even descended the stairs, you had already deduced not only what had happened to the cane, but its precise location. Didn't you?" Mycroft smiled, that particular smile I was coming to recognize as his expression when caught in a moment of intellectual superiority. He was too polite to explicitly claim. I had formed a theory, certainly. Whether it was correct remained to be verified by empirical observation. "Nonsense," Holmes replied, though his tone was affectionate rather than critical. "You don't form theories that require verification, Mycroft. You construct complete solutions from first principles, and then condescend to check whether reality has had the courtesy to conform to your deductions. It's one of your more insufferable qualities. Whereas you, dear Brother Rush, about gathering evidence like a hound on a scent trail, only forming your conclusions after you've exhausted yourself with physical exertion. Different methods for different temperaments. I watch this exchange with fascination, recognizing it as a familiar pattern between them. Gentle mockery that masked genuine admiration, criticism that was simultaneously compliment. They were like two master swordsmen engaged in practice bouts, each testing the other's defenses without any real intent to wound. "Very well," Holmes said, setting down the cane with care. "Walk me through it. From the moment you first observed Sir Edmund's distress, what did you deduce, and in what sequence?" Mycroft settled his considerable frame against a storage shelf with a sigh of comfort, clearly pleased to have been asked to explicate his reasoning. This, I realized, was what he'd been hoping for all along, not merely to solve the puzzle, but to share the solution with someone capable of appreciating its elegance. The first observation, Mycroft began, was Sir Edmund himself. I noted his agitation naturally, but more significantly, I noted his gait. He was walking with perfect balance, no favouring of either leg, no adjustment of posture to compensate for missing support. This suggested that whatever walking stick he believed himself to have lost, he had not actually been using it during his time in the club. Because if he had been using it, Holmes interjected, he would have noticed its absence immediately when he set it down, rather than only discovering the loss when he came to retrieve it. Precisely. Which meant the stick had gone missing at or very near the point of his arrival. Next, I considered the nature of the Diogenes Club itself. Theft is virtually impossible here, not because our members are paragons of virtue, though most are reasonably honest, but because the environment itself prevents surreptitious action. The enforced silence means everyone is acutely aware of their surroundings, attending to every small sound, every movement. To steal something in such an atmosphere would require either invisibility or an accomplice among the staff. I nodded, following his logic, and neither seemed likely. Exactly, Dr. Watson. So if the stick was not stolen, what became of it? I observed the umbrella stand. Holmes, you noticed the same thing I did, I think? Holmes smiled. The ratio was wrong. Too many umbrellas for a dry autumn day when most gentlemen would carry walking sticks, if they carried anything at all. Just so. And that suggested someone had mistaken one item for another. The question became, who and in what direction did the confusion flow? Sir Edmund believed he had placed his cane in the stand, yet it was not there. The simplest explanation was that he had not, in fact, placed it there, that he had carried something else, believing it to be his cane. An umbrella, I said, understanding dawn. He picked up an umbrella instead of his cane when he entered. Correct. And the porter, seeing Sir Edmund with an umbrella, would naturally have assumed it was meant for storage, rather than the entrance hall stand. Umbrellas in October are typically stored away until the rainy season properly begins. So down to this room it came, while Sir Edmund proceeded about his business, never realizing his error, because he never actually needed the stick for support. Holmes had been pacing during this explanation, his energy finding outlet in movement, even in the confined space of the storage room. Now he stopped, turning to face his brother directly. All of that I had deduced as well, he said, but you went further. You knew which storage room, knew exactly where the cane would be. How? Mycroft's smile broadened. Ah, now we come to it. You're quite right that I knew more than I've yet revealed. Shall I tell you, or would you prefer to deduce it yourself? I could see Holmes weighing his options, pride warring with curiosity. Finally, he laughed. Tell me, you insufferable genius. I could puzzle it out, but I'd rather hear your explanation and preserve what remains of this pleasant afternoon. Very well. I knew which storage room because I know the habits of Peters, the porter. He is a methodical man who organizes everything by category and frequency of use. Out-of-season umbrellas go to the storage room nearest the main entrance. This one, while walking sticks left behind by forgetful members are placed in a different location entirely. Therefore, an umbrella believed to be out of season would come here. And the specific location within the room. Peters arranges items chronologically within each category. The most recently stored items are placed nearest the door for ease of retrieval should they be needed. As Sir Edmund's umbrella, for such it was in Peters's understanding, had only just been stored, it would be in the most accessible position. Holmes shook his head with something approaching wonder. You have deduced the mental habits and organizational systems of a porter you barely interact with in a club you visit perhaps once a week. I observe, Sherlock. That is what we do, is it not? I observe, I catalogue, I remember. Peters has worked here for 7 years. In that time, I have had ample opportunity to note his patterns. It would be wasteful not to utilize such knowledge when circumstances make it relevant. I had been silent during much of this exchange, but now I felt compelled to speak. Mycroft, forgive me, but doesn't it exhaust you? To be constantly observing, constantly analyzing, never simply experiencing the world without subjecting it to this relentless scrutiny. Both brothers turned to look at me, and I saw in their faces a kind of mirror of each other, a shared response to a question they had clearly contemplated before, though perhaps never articulated to anyone outside their own minds. It was Mycroft who answered, his voice thoughtful. Dr. Watson, I wonder if you have ever met someone who is naturally athletic, to whom physical activity comes with such ease that they cannot imagine finding it tiresome? For such a person, running is not exhausting, it is simply movement, as natural as breathing. I take your point, I said. For you, analysis is not work, but nature. Just so. I don't choose to observe and deduce any more than you choose to assess the health of people you encounter. It is automatic, built into the very structure of how my mind processes information. To stop would be like asking you to stop noticing whether someone is feverish or in pain. Possible, perhaps, with great effort, but fundamentally contrary to your nature. Holmes had been listening to this exchange with an expression of recognition. Watson has asked me similar questions over the years, he said. He cannot understand how I can be simultaneously bored by the mundane and yet hyper-aware of every detail of my surroundings. But Mycroft has it exactly right. It is not a choice, but a constitution. We are made this way, for better or worse. And it is worse sometimes, Mycroft added quietly. You understand that, Sherlock. The curse of seeing too much, of being unable to simply accept the surface of things, of knowing that every person you meet is lying about something, hiding something, presenting a false face to the world. It makes genuine connection difficult. There was a moment of silence, heavy with unspoken understanding between the brothers. I felt I was witnessing something rare, a glimpse of the isolation that came with their extraordinary abilities, the loneliness of minds that operated on a different frequency from the rest of humanity. And yet, I ventured carefully, you have each other. Surely that provides some relief. To be understood by at least one other person who shares your perspective. Holmes looked at his brother, and something passed between them, a communication beyond words, a recognition of shared experience and mutual comprehension. Yes, Holmes said simply, we have each other. And now, thanks to you, Watson, I have at least one friend who, while not sharing our peculiar mental architecture, accepts it without finding it threatening or incomprehensible. That is no small thing." "Indeed," Mycroft agreed. "Dr. Watson, my brother has chosen his companion wisely. You possess a quality of genuine humanity that balances his more extreme tendencies. I confess I am somewhat envious. I have colleagues, associates, even subordinates who are competent and loyal. But I cannot claim to have a friend in the sense that Sherlock has you." I was moved by this admission, though it saddened me to think of Mycroft's isolation. "You are always welcome to consider me a friend as well, Mycroft. I may not possess the intellectual capabilities you and Holmes share, but I offer what I can: honest companionship, and, I hope, some small measure of understanding." Mycroft's expression softened in a way I hadn't previously witnessed. For a moment, the formidable intellect, the government's secret weapon, the man who was occasionally the British Empire itself, all of that fell away, and I saw simply a man who was touched by an offer of friendship. "Thank you, Doctor," he said quietly. "That means more than you might realize." Holmes cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable with the emotional depth the conversation had reached. "Well," he said briskly, picking up Sir Edmund's cane once more, "we should return this to its owner, and set the poor man's mind at ease. And then, perhaps, we might return to our tea and some lighter conversation. All this analysis and soul-searching is making me thirsty." We made our way back through the corridors of the club, the cane now safely in Mycroft's possession. As we walked, I reflected on what I had witnessed, not just the solution to a minor mystery, but a revelation of the complex relationship between two brothers who understood each other completely, yet approached the world from such different angles. When we reached the stranger's room and presented Sir Edmund with his recovered treasure, the old gentleman's gratitude was profound and touching. He examined the cane, carefully running his hands over the familiar contours, touching the silver falcon's head, as though greeting an old friend. "But I don't understand," he said, looking between the three of us. "Where was it? How did it come to be missing?" Mycroft explained gently, framing the story in a way that preserved Sir Edmund's dignity, while making clear what had occurred. The old gentleman listened with growing comprehension, then slowly began to smile. "I picked up an umbrella instead of my cane," he said wonderingly, "and never noticed, because I wasn't actually using it for walking. Good Lord, I'm becoming one of those forgetful old fools I always swore I'd never be." "Not at all, Sir Edmund," I assured him in my most professional medical voice. What occurred was a perfectly normal example of habitual action, performed without conscious attention. It happens to people of all ages. The mind becomes so accustomed to a routine that it can confuse intention with execution. There's nothing in the least foolish about it. This seemed to comfort him, and after a few more expressions of gratitude, he departed for his delayed appointment, walking stick firmly in hand and a much lighter expression on his face. As the door closed behind him, Holmes turned to his brother with a grin. "You let me deduce the solution alongside you, didn't you? You could have simply announced where the cane was, but you chose to guide me through the reasoning instead." "Perhaps I enjoy watching you work," Mycroft replied. "Or perhaps I simply prefer collaboration to solitary brilliance. Even I, with all my supposed self-sufficiency, occasionally crave the pleasure of shared discovery. Or," I suggested, Perhaps you enjoy demonstrating your superior skills while making it appear that you're being generous. Both brothers looked at me, then at each other, then burst into simultaneous laughter, a rich, genuine sound that seemed to fill the stranger's room with warmth. "Dr. Watson," Mycroft said when he'd recovered, "you see entirely too much. It's most disconcerting." "I've learned from the best," I replied, glancing at Holmes. "And becoming quite accomplished in your own right," Holmes added. "I shall have to watch my step, lest you begin solving cases before I do." We settled back into our chairs, the tea refreshed, the fire built up again, and the afternoon stretching before us, with that pleasant quality of time that need not be hurried. The mystery of the walking stick had been solved. Sir Edmund had been relieved, and we had been reminded, all three of us, of the value of companionship, the pleasure of shared intellectual exercise, and the bonds that can form between people who see the world clearly, even when they see it from different perspectives. Looking back now, 4 years later, I recognize that afternoon as one of the pivotal moments in my friendship with Holmes, and the beginning of my understanding of Mycroft, not as the cold, calculating government functionary of his reputation, but as a man of deep feeling who had simply learned to channel his emotions into the service of his formidable intellect. The walking stick had been found, but in the process, we had discovered something more valuable: the recognition that genius need not exclude warmth, that competition can coexist with affection, and that even the most extraordinary minds require the ordinary comforts of friendship and understanding. The recovery of Sir Edmund's walking stick, and the satisfaction of having resolved even so minor a mystery, had created a peculiar atmosphere in the stranger's room, a kind of comfortable intimacy born of shared success and mutual understanding. As we settled back into our chairs with fresh tea, I noticed that both brothers seemed more relaxed than they had been at any previous point in the afternoon, as though the collaborative exercise had dissolved some invisible barrier between them. Mycroft was the first to break the companionable silence. "You know, Sherlock, that little puzzle reminded me of something from our childhood. Do you remember the incident with my father's pocket watch?" Holmes's face lit with recognition, and I saw a softness there I rarely witnessed, the expression of a man transported back to earlier, simpler times. "Good heavens, I haven't thought of that in years. I must have been, 9 years old?" "8, Mycroft corrected gently. "I was 15, and thought myself terribly sophisticated. Father had misplaced his watch, the gold one with the inscription from grandfather, and the entire household was in an uproar. Do you remember?" Holmes chuckled. "I remember you sitting in the library, reading a book, and refusing to participate in the search. Mother was quite cross with you." "I wasn't reading," Mycroft said with a smile. "I was thinking." And after perhaps 20 minutes, I told them exactly where to find the watch, in the kitchen, inside the tea canister. I leaned forward, intrigued despite myself. How could you possibly have known that? "I had observed Father earlier that morning," Mycroft explained. "He had come down to breakfast earlier than usual, before the servants were about, and had made his own tea, something he rarely did. He was distracted, preoccupied with some business matters, and I noted that he was performing the actions mechanically, without real attention. When he later couldn't find his watch, I simply reasoned through the sequence. He had taken the watch from his waistcoat to check the time while waiting for the kettle to boil. He had opened the tea canister with the watch still in his hand. The most probable outcome was that he had absently placed the watch in the canister while extracting tea leaves. "And you were correct," Holmes said. "I remember the look on Mother's face, equal parts relief and astonishment. That was the day I realized you were different, Mycroft, that your mind worked in ways mine didn't, couldn't. It was humbling and inspiring in equal measure." "You were already showing signs of similar capabilities," Mycroft said. "I watched you develop, Sherlock. You had the same fundamental architecture of mind I possessed. But where I was content to think, you needed to move, to act, to physically engage with the world. It was fascinating to observe how the same basic gifts could manifest so differently. I found myself captivated by this glimpse into their shared past." "Did your parents understand what they had?" I asked. "Two sons with such extraordinary abilities." Both brothers exchanged a look that conveyed volumes, amusement, sadness, and a kind of resigned acceptance. "They tried," Holmes said carefully. "Mother was proud, certainly, though I think she found us somewhat bewildering. She would have preferred sons who excelled at more conventional pursuits. Sports, society, the sorts of accomplishments that could be discussed at dinner parties without making the other guests feel inadequate." "And father?" I prompted. "Father was a country squire," Mycroft replied, his tone gentle despite the words. "A good man, honest and decent, but his idea of intellectual achievement was balancing the estate accounts correctly. He loved us, I have no doubt of that, but he didn't really understand us. How could he? We were strangers in our own home, Sherlock and I. We had each other, certainly, but we were fundamentally alone in a family that couldn't grasp what we were." Holmes had grown quiet, his eyes distant. "I used to think it was a blessing, having you there," he said to his brother. "Someone who understood, who could speak my language. But as I grew older, I realized it was also a kind of curse. Because you showed me what I could never be. However skilled I became, however many cases I solved, you would always be the superior intellect. That knowledge shaped me in ways I'm still discovering." "Did it never occur to you," Mycroft asked gently, "that I might have felt precisely the same about you?" Holmes looked startled. "What do you mean?" "You're the one with the greatest gifts. You've said so yourself. I've always acknowledged it. Greater gifts of raw computational power, perhaps," Mycroft conceded. "But you, dear brother, possess something I lack entirely. The ability to translate thought into action, to apply your deductions in the real world, to make a tangible difference in people's lives. I sit in my office and move pieces on a chessboard of nations and political forces. You walk the streets of London and save actual human beings from injustice and harm. Which of us, do you suppose, has the greater gift?" I watched Holmes absorb this and saw the way the words affected him. It had never occurred to me that Mycroft might envy his younger brother anything. Yet the sincerity in his voice was unmistakable. "I never knew you felt that way," Holmes said quietly. "I rarely acknowledge it, even to myself," Mycroft admitted. "It's easier to maintain my fiction of perfect self-satisfaction, of having chosen exactly the life I wanted for exactly the reasons that suited me. But watching your work, Sherlock, seeing the gratitude in the eyes of clients you've helped, reading Watson's accounts of your adventures, I confess there are moments when I wonder what I might have accomplished had I possessed your energy, your willingness to engage directly with the world's problems. You prevent wars, Holmes protested. You maintain the stability of nations. Surely that's more significant than my small interventions. Is it? Mycroft asked. I've often wondered. I prevent disasters that most people never knew were approaching. My successes are invisible, my victories unacknowledged. You create moments of justice, of resolution, of truth revealed. You give people answers, closure, peace of mind. There's something beautiful in that immediacy, that direct human connection. I felt I was witnessing something profoundly intimate, a conversation these brothers had perhaps needed to have for years, but had never quite managed. My medical training taught me when to intervene and when to remain silent, and every instinct told me this was a moment for silence, for allowing this long-delayed honesty to unfold naturally. I built my life in reaction to yours, Holmes said after a long pause. Not consciously, perhaps, but looking back, I can see it clearly. You were sedentary, so I became restless. You worked within established systems, so I positioned myself outside them. You served the government and nation, so I served individuals. We've been defining ourselves against each other all these years. Or complementing each other, Mycroft suggested. Two parts of a whole, each necessary, each incomplete without the other. Perhaps that's not weakness, but wisdom, recognizing that we need different approaches, different perspectives, different applications of similar gifts. Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window, looking out over the garden that was now deep in afternoon shadow. Do you remember the summer you went to Oxford? He asked. I was 11, and suddenly the house felt enormous and empty. I had grown so accustomed to having you there, to our conversations, to the simple knowledge that someone understood me. When you left, I felt like I'd lost my translator, the only person who could interpret me to the world and the world to me. I remember, Mycroft said softly. I wrote you letters, do you recall? Long, detailed letters about my studies, about the ideas I was encountering, about the things I was learning. I wrote them as much for myself as for you, I think. You were my anchor, Sherlock, the reminder that brilliance didn't have to mean loneliness, that someone existed who could follow my thoughts and challenge my conclusions. I still have those letters, Holmes confessed, every one of them in a box in my room at Baker Street. I've never told anyone that before, not even Watson. I felt honored by this revelation, even as I recognized the depth of affection it revealed. These two men, so brilliant and so isolated, had found in each other something irreplaceable, a kind of intellectual and emotional home that the rest of the world could never provide. This is what I meant earlier, I said gently, feeling my way carefully through the emotional territory we were navigating. When I said you had each other, this connection you share, it's rare, perhaps unique. Most siblings grow apart as they age, developing separate lives with little overlap. But you two have remained fundamental to each other's sense of self. Watson is right, Mycroft said, and I confess I've been remiss in maintaining this connection as I should. We see each other too rarely, Sherlock. We allow months to pass between meetings, and while we exchange occasional correspondence, it's not the same as this, as honest conversation, as being in each other's presence. I've been equally at fault, Holmes acknowledged. I tell myself I'm too busy with cases, that you're occupied with matters of state. But the truth is simpler and more troubling. These meetings remind me of everything I feel but rarely express. They force me to confront emotions I've spent years trying to subordinate to logic and reason. It's uncomfortable, and I avoid discomfort. We both do, Mycroft agreed. We've constructed lives of maximum intellectual engagement and minimum emotional vulnerability. It's safer, certainly, less painful, but also, I think, less fully human. I cleared my throat, drawing their attention. Gentlemen, if I may offer a medical perspective, what you're describing is not uncommon among highly intelligent individuals. The tendency to retreat into the life of the mind, to treat emotions as inconvenient complications, rather than essential aspects of human experience. But I have observed that such retreat often comes at a cost. The heart atrophies like any unused muscle. Connection becomes more difficult, not easier, the longer it's avoided. A diagnosis, Doctor? Holmes asked, turning from the window with a slight smile. An observation, I replied, and perhaps a prescription. You two clearly need each other, not just intellectually, but emotionally. These conversations shouldn't be rare events, but regular occurrences. Mycroft, you said yourself that you've been remiss in maintaining the connection. Holmes, you've acknowledged that you avoid these meetings because they're emotionally challenging. But perhaps what's challenging is also what's necessary. Mycroft was regarding me with an expression of profound approval. Dr. Watson, you have a gift for directness that cuts through elaborate self-deception. Very well, I accept your prescription. Sherlock, shall we commit to monthly meetings? Nothing formal, nothing obligatory. Simply standing aside one afternoon each month for conversation and companionship. Holmes returned to his chair, and I could see him wrestling with the commitment, with the vulnerability it implied. But finally, he nodded. Yes, monthly meetings. And I promised to actually attend them, not send excuses about urgent cases. And I promise not to cancel because of some parliamentary crisis that requires my attention, Mycroft added. Unless, of course, it's an actual war, in which case I trust you'll understand. Only actual wars, Holmes agreed with a smile. Minor diplomatic incidents don't count. I felt a deep satisfaction watching this exchange, recognizing that I had facilitated something important. These two men, so capable in so many ways, needed help with the simple human task of maintaining their relationship. It was a reminder that brilliance in one domain doesn't necessarily translate to competence in others. Now then, Mycroft said, his tone becoming lighter, since we're engaged in uncomfortable honesty, let me ask you something, Sherlock. This Moriarty business that you mentioned earlier, how serious is it, really? I know you're concerned, but I need to understand the extent of the threat. The shift in topic was sudden, but not unwelcome, I sensed. Both brothers seemed relieved to move from emotional territory to the more familiar ground of analysis and problem-solving. Holmes's expression grew grave. It's serious, Mycroft. More serious than anything I've encountered in my career. The man is a genius. I say that without reservation. He's constructed a criminal network of extraordinary sophistication, and he's done it while maintaining complete deniability. Every investigation leads to subordinates, never to him. Every trail goes cold just before reaching his door. And you're certain he's the organizing intelligence behind these crimes? absolutely certain. I've been tracking patterns for 3 years now, and they all point to a single directing mind. The elegance of the schemes, the way they interlock and support each other, the efficiency of the operations. It's unmistakable. No ordinary criminal could accomplish this. It requires someone with capabilities approaching our own. Mycroft frowned. That's what concerns me most. If he's as brilliant as you suggest, then he's also dangerous in ways that conventional criminals are not. A stupid criminal can be caught through his mistakes. An intelligent criminal must be outmaneuvered, and that requires resources and time we may not have. I'm working on it, Holmes said, building a case, documenting connections, creating a web of evidence that will eventually be impossible to escape. But it's slow work, and in the meantime, he continues to operate with impunity. I'll see what I can do from my end, Mycroft promised. There may be pressure points I can apply, governmental resources I can redirect. But you must be careful, Sherlock. A mind like that, threatened, could be exceptionally dangerous. Promise me you won't take unnecessary risks. I promise to take only necessary ones, Holmes replied with a slight smile. That's not particularly reassuring. It's the best I can offer. I watched this exchange with growing concern, understanding for the first time the seriousness of the threat Holmes had been tracking. The name Moriarty had been mentioned only occasionally in our conversations, but clearly it represented something significant, a challenge that engaged Holmes's full attention and worried even Mycroft. "Watson," Mycroft said, turning to me, "you'll watch out for him, won't you? My brother has a tendency to become so focused on intellectual challenges that he forgets to attend to physical safety. I'm trusting you to provide the practical wisdom he sometimes lacks." "I'll do my best," I assured him, though I confess Holmes doesn't always listen to my counsel regarding such matters. "No one said it would be easy," Mycroft replied with a smile, "but I have confidence in you, Doctor. You've kept him alive this long, after all." The afternoon had grown late, the shadows lengthening across the garden, and I sensed our time in the Diogenes Club was drawing to a close. Yet there was a completeness to the afternoon that satisfied me deeply. We had solved a minor mystery, shared personal histories, committed to maintaining a connection, and addressed serious concerns about future threats. It had been, in every sense, a full and meaningful encounter. "Gentlemen," I said, "I want to thank you both for including me this afternoon. I've learned a great deal about your relationship, about your histories, about the way your remarkable minds approach the world. It's been an honor and a privilege." "The honor has been ours, Dr. Watson," Mycroft said warmly. "You've been far more than a passive observer. You've been a catalyst, helping us articulate things we needed to say to each other, but might never have managed without your prompting." "Indeed," Holmes agreed. "Watson, you have a gift for bringing out the humanity in people who've spent years trying to suppress it. It's one of your many valuable qualities." As we prepared to take our leave, gathering our belongings and making our way toward the entrance hall, I reflected on the afternoon's events with deep satisfaction. The Diogenes Club, that temple of silence, had witnessed conversations of remarkable depth and honesty. Two brothers had reconnected, renewed their bond, and committed to maintaining the relationship that sustained them both. And I had been privileged to witness it all, to participate in it, and to play some small role in facilitating these important exchanges. It was, I thought, one of the most meaningful afternoons of my life, a reminder that even the most brilliant minds need friendship, connection, and the simple comfort of being understood by someone who truly knows them. And so I return, dear reader, to where I began, to this quiet October evening in 1895, 4 years removed from that remarkable afternoon at the Diogenes Club, sitting in my study with the fire burning low, and these pages spread before me. The intervening years have brought much change, much turmoil, and moments of both triumph and despair, that I could never have anticipated as we took our leave of Mycroft that autumn day in 1891. The act of recording these memories has itself been illuminating, forcing me to examine not just what occurred, but what it meant, what it continues to mean as I reflect upon it from this distance of time and experience. There is a quality to certain moments in our lives, a luminescence, perhaps, that renders them somehow eternal, immune to the erosion of time and the revisions of memory. That afternoon possesses such quality for me, and I find myself returning to it often in contemplation, mining it for insights I may have missed in the original experience. What strikes me most forcefully now, right in by this firelight, with the sounds of London's evening settling around me, is how that seemingly simple visit, tea with Mycroft, the minor puzzle of a missing walking stick, became a kind of watershed in my understanding of friendship, genius, and the complex architecture of human connection. I had thought I knew Holmes well before that day. We had shared lodgings for years, had faced danger together, and had developed the comfortable rhythms of close companionship. Yet, watching him with his brother, observing the particular quality of their interaction, revealed dimensions of his character I had never fully appreciated. The tenderness between them, disguised though it was beneath layers of intellectual competition and verbal sparring, showed me that Holmes was capable of deeper emotional connections than I had suspected. He loved his brother. That much was evident in every gesture, every carefully chosen word, every moment of vulnerable honesty. And recognizing that capacity for love made me understand that his friendship with me, which I had always valued, but perhaps underestimated, ran deeper than I had dared to believe. There is a particular loneliness that accompanies exceptional intelligence. I saw it clearly that day in both Holmes' brothers, the isolation of minds that operate on frequencies most people cannot perceive, much less comprehend. They had found in each other a refuge from that isolation, a place where they need not translate or simplify, where they could communicate in the full complexity of their thoughts without fear of being misunderstood or found incomprehensible. It was beautiful and heartbreaking in equal measure. And yet the afternoon also revealed something I found deeply hopeful, that such minds, for all their power and precision, still required the ordinary comforts of human connection. Mycroft's admission that he envied his brother's direct engagement with the world, Holmes's confession that he kept his brother's letters in a treasured box, the commitment they made to monthly meetings. All of this demonstrated that genius does not exempt one from the fundamental human need for relationship, for understanding, for love. My own role in that afternoon has taken on greater significance as I've reflected upon it. At the time, I felt somewhat like an interloper, a person of ordinary abilities witnessing exchanges between intellectual giants. But I have come to understand that what I offered, my medical perspective, my emotional directness, my willingness to name truths that others might have left unspoken, was not a lesser contribution, but a different one, equally valuable in its own right. The Holmes brothers needed someone who could bridge the gap between their rarefied intellectual realm and the more common world of feeling and intuition. They needed, in short, exactly what I could provide. This realization has shaped my understanding of my partnership with Holmes in profound ways. I am not merely his chronicler, his assistant, or even simply his friend. I am, in some essential sense, his connection to a broader humanity, the person who reminds him that brilliance must be grounded in compassion, that deduction serves its highest purpose when employed in the service of human welfare, that even the most extraordinary mind dwells in a body that has ordinary needs and a heart that requires ordinary comforts. The months following that afternoon were remarkable for the consistency with which both brothers honoured their commitment to regular meetings. Holmes would clear his schedule one Thursday each month, and we would travel to the Diogenes Club, or occasionally Mycroft would bestir himself to visit Baker Street. Settling his considerable frame into our second-best armchair, and engaging in conversations that ranged across politics, science, philosophy, and the peculiar nature of crime in modern London. I was not always present at these meetings. Both brothers occasionally required privacy for discussions touching on matters of state security. But when I was included, I found them enormously enriching. To watch two such minds engage in serious discourse, to contribute where my own knowledge and perspective permitted, to witness the deepening of their bond, these were privileges I never took for granted. Yet there was a shadow growing even then, though we did not fully recognize it at the time. The name Moriarty, mentioned so briefly that afternoon at the club, would come to dominate our lives in ways none of us anticipated. Holmes's investigation into the criminal network proceeded with painstaking slowness, each small revelation leading to a dozen new questions, each documented connection suggesting 10 more that remained hidden. Mycroft, true to his word, applied what pressure he could from his position in government, but even his considerable influence had limits. Moriarty had constructed his enterprise with extraordinary care, insulating himself through layers of subordinates and front organizations, leaving no direct evidence of his involvement in any criminal activity. It was, Holmes often said, the work of a mind that approached his own incapability, a thought that both intrigued and disturbed him. I watched my friend grow increasingly obsessed with this pursuit, and saw the toll it took on his health and spirits. There were times when he would go days with minimal sleep, subsisting on tobacco and nervous energy, his eyes hollow with exhaustion, but burning with determined focus. I did what I could to moderate these excesses, to insist on regular meals and adequate rest. But Holmes, in the grip of a problem, was a force of nature not easily redirected. Mycroft shared my concerns, and our monthly meetings often included quiet consultations between us about how best to protect Holmes from his own intensity. There was something touching in seeing the elder brother's worry manifest in practical suggestions, recommendations for cases that might distract Holmes from the Moriarty investigation, invitations to country house parties that might enforce a period of rest, even attempts to interest Holmes in chemical experiments, or other intellectual pursuits that did not involve criminal masterminds. "He's going to destroy himself over this," Mycroft said to me one evening, after Holmes had excused himself to send an urgent telegram to an informant. We were in the stranger's room, and Mycroft's face showed an uncharacteristic weariness. I've seen it before. Brilliant minds that become so fixated on a problem that they consume themselves in the pursuit of a solution. Sherlock has always had obsessive tendencies, but this is different. This is personal. Because Moriarty represents a kind of dark mirror, I suggested. An intelligence, equal to Holmes's own, but directed toward destruction rather than justice. Precisely. And because defeating Moriarty has become, in Sherlock's mind, a test of his own worth. If he cannot outwit this man, what does that say about his vaunted abilities? It's not really about justice anymore, Dr. Watson. It's about validation, about proving something to himself that he should not need to prove. I recognize the truth in this, though it troubled me. What can we do? Continue as we have been, Mycroft replied. Watch him, care for him, try to keep him anchored to the real world and to the people who value him not for his brilliance, but for himself. And trust that when the crisis comes, for it will come, I have no doubt of that, we will be there to help him through it. That crisis, of course, came in the spring of 1891, though its details are not the subject of this particular narrative. Sufficient to say that Mycroft's prescience was proven accurate, that the confrontation with Moriarty reached its terrible climax, and that the aftermath brought changes to all our lives that we are still navigating these years later. But on that October afternoon in 1891, as we took our leave of the Diogenes Club and walked together through the London streets with the autumn sun slanting golden across the buildings, such darkness still lay in the future. We were simply three men who had shared a pleasant afternoon, solved a small puzzle, and strengthened the bonds of friendship and brotherhood that sustained us. I remember Holmes was unusually talkative as we walked, pointing out details of the city with evident affection, the new construction on a corner that suggested economic recovery in that district, the changed schedule of the flower cellar indicating seasonal adjustments, the altered pattern of foot traffic revealing shifts in popular destinations. It was as though the afternoon with his brother had energized him, had reminded him of why he did what he did, and for whom. "Watson," he said as we approached Baker Street, "thank you for accompanying me today. I know it cannot have been the most stimulating afternoon for you. All that talk of childhood memories and philosophical abstractions." "On the contrary," I replied truthfully, "it was one of the most meaningful afternoons I've spent in your company. I feel I understand you better now, and your brother as well. These insights will serve me well as we continue our partnership." He smiled at that, a genuine expression of warmth that transformed his usually austere features. Partnership. Yes, that's exactly what it is, isn't it? Not employer and employee, not even merely friends, but partners. I'm fortunate to have found you, Watson. More fortunate than I generally acknowledge. The fortune is mutual, I assured him. Though I do hope you'll honour that commitment to monthly meetings with Mycroft. He needs you, Holmes, perhaps more than he realises. And you need him. I will, he promised. It's been too long since we maintained a proper connection. Today reminded me of what I've been missing. Not just his intellect, though that is formidable, but his presence, his understanding. You were right to push us toward that commitment. We climbed the familiar steps to 221B, and Mrs. Hudson greeted us with tea and the information that no urgent messages had arrived in our absence. It had been, she declared, a blessedly quiet afternoon, and she hoped we had enjoyed our outing. As I settled into my chair with a cup of tea and the evening newspaper, watching Holmes sort through correspondence with that peculiar energy he brought to even mundane tasks, I felt a deep sense of contentment. The afternoon had accomplished more than I had anticipated, not just the solving of a minor mystery, but the strengthening of bonds, the deepening of understanding, the renewal of commitments that would sustain us through trials we could not yet imagine. Now, 4 years later, with so much water under the bridge, with so many trials endured and survived, I look back on that afternoon as a kind of golden moment, a pause before the storm, a gathering of strength before the battle, a reminder of what we were fighting for, even as we prepared to fight. The fire has burned very low now, and my hand grows tired from writing. I have filled far more pages than I intended when I first sat down this evening, but the act of recording these memories has been its own reward. That afternoon at the Diogenes Club deserved to be preserved, not merely as a historical record, but as testament to the power of human connection, the necessity of friendship, and the ways in which even the most exceptional individuals require the ordinary comforts of understanding and affection. Holmes and Mycroft continue their monthly meetings, though the locations vary, and I am not always included. But I know the bond between them has deepened, become more explicit, more valued by both parties. They have learned to express, if not with perfect ease, then at least with greater frequency, the affection and respect they feel for each other, and I have been privileged to witness and occasionally facilitate this evolution. As for the walking stick that occasioned our visit that day, Sir Edmund's treasured Malacca cane with its silver falcon's head, I have heard that the old gentleman carried it faithfully until his death 2 years ago, and that in his will he left it to the Diogenes Club with instructions that it be placed in a glass case in the entrance hall as a memorial to the day 2 remarkable brothers restored to me something far more valuable than a mere object, the knowledge that kindness and brilliance can coexist, that genius need not exclude compassion, and that even in a world that often seems indifferent to sentiment, there are still those who understand the profound importance of things that carry our heart's memories. It hangs there still, I am told, polished and gleaming, a small monument to a small mystery, and a large truth, that we are all connected, all dependent upon each other, all diminished when we isolate ourselves, and enriched when we reach across the barriers of difference to find common humanity. The fire has gone to embers now, and the hour grows late. Tomorrow will bring new cases, new challenges, new opportunities for Holmes to exercise his remarkable gifts in the service of justice and truth. But tonight, I am content to sit here with these memories, grateful for the friendship that has shaped my life, for the privilege of knowing men of such extraordinary capability and such unexpected warmth, and for afternoons like that one at the Diogenes Club that remind us all why we persist, why we care, why we continue to reach out across the chasms of difference to touch the common humanity that binds us all. I set down my pen with a sense of completion. The story is told, the memory preserved, the lessons learned and recorded for whatever future readers might encounter on these pages. May they find in this account of a simple afternoon, tea, conversation, a missing walking stick, and the renewal of brotherhood. Something of value, something that speaks to their own lives and relationships, something that reminds them, as I have been reminded, that we are never so brilliant that we can afford to neglect the heart, never so self-sufficient that we can dispense with connection, never so exceptional that we transcend the basic human need for understanding, acceptance, and love. The evening settles around me like a familiar blanket, comfortable and secure. In the street below, London carries on with its eternal rhythms. The clatter of late carriages, the distant call of the watch, the small sounds of a great city preparing for rest. And here, in this quiet study, with these pages before me and these memories alive in my mind, I am at peace. That afternoon at the Diogenes Club was, I realise now, a gift to me, to Holmes, to Mycroft, and to the bonds between us all. It was an afternoon of small mysteries and large truths, of walking sticks found and connections restored, of silence observed and words finally spoken. And it was, in every sense that matters, perfect. John H. Watson, M.D. 15th October, 1895, Baker Street, London.